Alright, hello my lords and ladies, and welcome back to a Trial Player's first run of Shadowbringers. Apologize for the little bit of a late start. We're having technical difficulties as always. I swear, adding a vertical canvas to my OBS was a huge mistake, and I'm going to work on getting that away. Hey, Shiro, nice to see you. Welcome. What I did between streams yesterday and now, you might notice that I can actually see the sky now. Last time, I kind of had... Well, something's going on there, probably a fate. There's Shini's near us, Twitch. Hello, Shiro. Anyway, I got distracted by those NPCs. You know, usually in Final Fantasy, things are a bit muddled, the default setting, and a bit dark. But here in, what is it called? Norvand, whatever it's called, Norvand. Things are really bright, so I had to turn down the brightness settings. Here, I'll show you. This is my shadow. This is my normal. Oh, I turned things off on my normal to. But as you can see, this is my normal setting. I can't see anything because everything is so bright, and I put up the colors a lot. So I changed it to, this is now my Shadowbringers setting. I can actually see things now. So, yeah, I worked on that a little bit. And also, you can see there's no black boxes on the little light dusts that are in the sky anymore. That was a whole other thing I had to do. I had to add an add-on and change my UI settings a little bit in the add-on. So, yeah, I don't know if when I'll switch back. Actually, I even think I probably ruined my other... Okay, let's get the menu out of here. There we go. It's like my normal settings. I think I was like, well, things look too bright. There are things I turned off, but we'll cross that when we get there. And let's turn on the music. Can't miss this jive. So last we left off, we were going to go to see Alisaie, this girl, Tesleen. She seems to know where Alisaie is. She says I can see it. Ooh. I've never heard this song before, or have I? Is this like the night theme, quote-unquote night theme? She said I could see the tower from here, but I can't see it. Anyway, before we get into the MSQ, let's just do a little mini cackpot. Nothing too serious. I also want to see how this Shadowbringers lighting looks in the regular Final Fantasy world. So as you can see, well, you guys might. This is my settings. Things look a little bit more washed out, but I think that's kind of good in Shadowbringers. At least I want the light to kind of look like it's washing things out. So if I change it again to my normal settings, which I think I kind of ruined by turning on too many things, but I'll take care of it. Yeah, wow, that's way too much colors. What did I turn off? No, not that. No, want my levels. Lightroom? No, multi-light? No. Maybe I just don't. Maybe I'm just not used to it. There seems to be kind of a. Maybe that's all I need. I'll work on it later. Anyway, let's get the mini cackpot. we'll be spending our time in Shadowbringers anyway. Sweet. First prize. First prize. I also turned up my settings on my chat dialogues here because I want to make sure with dyslexia it's hard enough to read things. I don't need to make it extra difficult. No, that's a dud. Dud ticket. Well, that runs that. We'll go for second place. Another dud. All right, let's get back to. Let me get my Shadowbringers. And let's get back to the MSQ. Norvand. T is silent, I'm told. Norvand. Terrible with names, terrible. And this game does not have its easy names. You ever try to pronounce Makote's name? Let alone a Rogadin? One moment. Let me just ban my... There we go. Get my daily Twitch streamer bot. I'm surprised we haven't run into any Sin Eaters yet, though. They said this place was teeming with them. Alright, Tesseline, let's go. All set? Oh, I should probably mention the wildlife. While most of them will leave you be if you keep your distance, the local coyotes, or coyotes I should say, have learned to prey on folk heading home from the markets. I can usually swing a sword well enough to fend them off, but I may have loaded myself down with too many bargains today. Hey Brett, nice to see you. Do you think you could handle any beasts that try to make a meal of us? Oh, I think we can. I thought you might. Alisaie was always saying how much... I mean, let's get going, shall we? I wonder what she didn't say there. How much I can kill? See you later, Shiro. The VOD will be up. Let's back this up a bit. There we go. So I can actually see things now. And no more black boxes. How to use a special, they call it like a rest add-on for Reshade to get the black boxes to disappear. Alright. See the AI there. I mean Clay was so much cooler than stone. Sorry, there wasn't much time to shout a warning. Were you bitten? Those things can be nasty. And yet, hardly a match for you, it seems. I'd always thought Alisaie was strong, but in her mind she was never... now it makes sense. We should push on. It might be best if you can scout ahead and clear out any coyotes that have our scent. I'll wait here so you can fight without any distractions. You want me to leave you alone? Let's get a new minion out. A moon. That'll protect you. It might save time if you could head down past the ridge and clear out any coyotes lurking by. Why aren't you worried about sin eaters? And she keeps not saying things. That's just kind of weirding me out. This is kind of a rockin' too. Not sure how I feel about it. My moon followed me. I guess that happens when you mount small. Let me enjoy the background music. Can I go in here? No. Boo. At least I gotta go through one door. But still, they should let me go in there. Should let me climb up. Just make it something tiny, you know, just a staircase that I can go to the top. Oh, thank goodness you're back. I could hear the howling and snarling from here. Frightful creatures. Let's hope the rest have seen your handiwork and know to avoid us now. I need to get these supplies back to the inn. One moment, gotta make sure. Okay. Just technical stuff. You guys ever use mounts that you like refuse to fly in as much as possible? That's what I do with Behemoth. A flying Behemoth, that's too much. So I just try to keep him on the ground as much as I can. Speaking of flying, okay, to the south. Hey. Take you guys out. Oh, just one. Okay. Fair enough. Journey's Head Lookout, and another Aetheryte. This is it. Thanks to you, I didn't drop my shopping even once. Come to think of it, I'm glad I didn't make the trip alone. It seems you ended up escorting me. I'll have to repay the favor somehow, but first, let's head inside, shall we? Looks like little Alamigo. Everybody's all depressed like little Alamigo too. Welcome to the inn at Journey's Head. You might be our first visitor from the Crystarium since Alisaie arrived. It's not much, but it's home for the afflicted and a handful of carers. The afflicted? This illness isn't contagious, is it? I have some skill with healing. It's funny, I am a white mage right now. Is this like a special third option that only healers get? The roleplay answer though is I want to ask what the afflicted are. You don't know? I don't think I've met anyone besides Alisaie who is so unfamiliar with our situation here. Most folk have grown up knowing someone who knew someone. I might leave out something obvious, so it may be best to have Alisaie give you the full explanation. Where is Alisaie? Okay, just checking to make sure the stream's working and everything. Been having too many technical difficulties this morning, or afternoon, I should say. Alright. Before we continue, we must attune. Crisp. Feels nice. And get our not chocobo keep here. If I have to go back, I will take that, because it's nice to take the ports once to get kind of the scenic route. Following in her footprints, Tesleen casts her gaze around the inn, hoping to spot Alisaie. Now, where is she? I think she might be out on patrol. You could wait, I suppose, but why not go and surprise her? She usually takes a look at things from the watchtower first, so you might be able to catch her there. It's not far. Head out the south side, and you'll see it. I'll stay behind in case she comes back while you're gone. Alright, let's, very close. There it is. Fire guy down there. I wish we could climb ladders. You have anything to say, my friend? Never ceases to amaze me every time I see it. So that's like the barrier holding back the flood, kind of like the wall in Game of Thrones. Oh, you can see buildings lodged into it. Or maybe that is the flood and just stopped. I don't know. We'll find out, hopefully. Alisaie is nowhere to be seen, but you do spot fresh footprints on the ground, and look about the right size. Yeah, look at them. There they are. Small footprints. Is Alisaie really that small compared to like a Lalafell? The small footprints lead off to the northwest. And let's... Okay, 200, not very far away, but it's probably over there. Zombies. The footprints continue to the northwest. curve around to the west. And I still have these kind of quests, huh? Get away from me, zombie. Mummies, I guess, to be precise. Look at that. Something happened here. A lot of movement. There are more tracks here, but they end in a mess of disturbed sand. Kind of pretty. A thin eater.
Get back here! Is that... It can't be.
Jeez, girl, you... You took quite the jump, and you were in combat. How did you survive that? Impressive. You almost lost that one. What would Callie say? I think you just say impressive.
Just a lesser sin eater. Nothing to write home about.
You sassy girl.
I knew you'd turn up sooner or later, but I had been hoping for sooner.
Come on, you gotta have some kind words for your old friend Warrior Light.
How are you?
There we go.
We've fought them to a standstill then.
Okay.
The Exarch did say that the Empire seemed to have drawn back when he last looked in on the source. But without knowing for sure how fast time was passing there, I couldn't help worrying that a lot might have happened since then. I'm heartily relieved to hear that it hasn't, just as Alphino must have been. As you can imagine, both he and Urianger were desperate to hear the news from home when I arrived. I haven't actually seen Thancred and Y'shtola yet, but they will have heard all the latest developments from the Exarch by now, or should have at least. When I think of how frantic Tataru and the others must be, I want nothing more than to rush back and reassure them. But we still haven't found a way to reverse the summoning. And even if we had, we couldn't just ignore Urianger's vision. He may use 10 words where one would suffice, and they may often obscure as much as they reveal.
Exactly, that's what I was saying. I was like, how did the Exarch even figure out what Urianger was saying?
But on this matter, he was as clear as day. I do not doubt for one moment that he saw what he claims. Nor how difficult it must have been to speak about them. The 8th Umbral Calamity and your death aren't exactly topics for idle conversation. As much as I might want to go home, I don't want to go home to that. We can't allow the rejoining to happen, which means we have to save the first from the Sin Eaters.
That's weird. I always thought that calamities were caused by stuff that happened on the source, not vice versa. Like the War of the Magi, Bahamut's release. I don't know of any other calamities, to be honest. But apparently it's a two-way street.
That great wall of white is a remnant of the flood. A 100 years ago, the balance in the first tipped decisively in favor of light. From that moment, it rose and swelled with each passing day, and then, without warning, It burst forth like water from a broken dam.
I really like that kind of literary device where the thing that is good isn't always as good. It's getting a little played out in recent times, but I kind of like it. Like Bayonetta, you fight angels and stuff, as well as demons. So it's like two sides of the same coin.
A colossal wave of pure light, drowning everything in its wake. Only Norvrant was spared.
Norvrant.
For the most part, living things are composed of ether of various different aspects.
Oh, really, Gerald? It's mentioned before it requires major events on both sides for the rejoining to occur. That's news to me, to be honest. I always thought that it was more like, I don't know what coincide with, and I also don't know what shards rejoined when, like, Bahamut was released in the War of the Magi. I could look them up, but hey, I'm learning something new.
But when exposed to such a flood, their etheric harmony is shattered, and their natural form breaks down. Then they either perish, or are warped into mindless abominations. Yes, that's how the Sin Eaters came to be. They were once living creatures, or people, that were caught in the path of the flood.
I mean, I figured that.
Once the change is wrought, there is no going back. In that instant, they are gripped by an insatiable appetite for ether, and will happily gorge themselves on any living thing within reach.
Sounds pretty much exactly like the Void scent.
But even that is not the worst of it. The stronger Sin Eaters can plant light in us, like seeds in soil, corrupting our ether and triggering the birth of new monstrosities. They are creatures of base instinct that exist only to feed and to multiply. They feel no pity, know no remorse, and are utterly deaf to reason. Which is why they must be destroyed. Every last one of them. The infirmary is full of the Sin Eaters' victims, left here to spend their final hours waiting for the change to overtake them.
Oh, is that what the inflicted are? God, that would suck. Knowing that you, basically, like, zombie bitten. It's just a matter of time. More for some, less for others. Those patients will all become monsters in the end. And to add insult to injury, the afflicted are feared, shunned, cast out of society, and exiled to the edge of the world. I mean, I get it. They're zombie bitten. You can't keep the zombie bitten inside with everybody else. The only good thing I have to say about this hellish place is that it has served me well as a training ground. Tesleen and the others have also been kind enough to share their knowledge of the Sin Eaters, which is knowledge I can now share with you, while you help me finish my patrol, of course. I'm getting farther from it. You know, now that I'm back with Alisaie, feeling a bit red. Oh no, my red mage outfit is my blue mage glam on it. Oh well. It's still blue mage, red mage, they have similar styles. So two red mages going at it. Give me one moment. let's do this. Culling the ranks. Here's what we'll do. I'll take the east side of the inn. You clear the west. That way you can have an undiluted experience with the resident terrors. These marks on your map are where the usual trouble spots are. You can assume that any beast with a white hide or carapace is a sin eater, but you'll know for sure soon enough when they come slathering after you, after your aether. Remember, it's killed or be killed with these monsters. Once you've slain whatever's prowling around out there, we can rendezvous back at the north entrance. Good hunting. No time for you, worms, even though you're kind of white looking. Ancient lizard. You Final Fantasy XI lizards. Hey, Zara. All right, let's see. How do I start out? I go like this. I go like this. It's going all right. If I can just get the technical stuff taken care of. Oh, these guys hit harder than I thought. Where's my Choco? Guess I ran out of time. Thanks, Pina. What other games am I playing besides this? Right now, Zara, I am not playing any other games besides this. But I kind of plan on playing Nier once I get to that Alliance raid. So I can better understand it. I might play Final Fantasy Tactics as well. Because I was completely lost during the Ivalice raid. I was like, what's going on? This princess, why do I care about these people who are talking about things I don't understand? Okay, no Sin Eater there. I just started streaming on Twitch. I streamed a bit on YouTube when I hit 10k subs. I promised I would play Lalafell, so I did a Lalafell hardcore run. I didn't make it out of A Realm Reborn, so nuts to me. I got past 2.0. I think I've made it past. I think I got to like 2.3 or 2.4. Where am I from? I am American. I am American. I am American. American. Points to whoever gets that reference. You wonder what a Sin Eater tastes like? It's probably light on calories. Ah, do you see what I did there? Light on calories? How come I can hear everybody booing, even though I can't? My girl Alisaie, what do we got? So, how did you fare? Ah, I thought there might be one or two lurking in the fringes. Nothing out of the ordinary for this area. Hey, from the UK, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, Zara. I expect you noticed it yourself, but individually, these lesser sin eaters are no more deadly than any other natural predator you might encounter in the desert. It's when they appear in numbers that they pose a threat, much like void scent. They have an unfortunate tendency to flock to the strongest of their kind. Thus, when a powerful sin eater goes on the hunt, it might be attended by a veritable swarm of weaker kin. Imagine an army of such creatures descending on a village or hamlet. Exactly, Gerald. It makes it a light snack. The basic idea behind my patrols to cull their ranks often enough that their numbers won't be overwhelming when the big ones come out to play. And you certainly helped on that front. Let's report our victories to Telsin, shall we? She hasn't been telling you stories, has she? Oh gods, well she hasn't, Alisaie. She keeps trailing off whenever she gets to the good parts. Alisaie tells me you helped her on her patrol. You have our thanks, and my apologies for leading you from one battle to another ever since the moment we've met. In any case, I'm glad to see the two of you found each other. You have no idea how badly Alisaie missed your company. Everything was always, if Caligo were here, he could. That's an exaggeration. And I don't sound like that either. I was simply trying to view matters from another perspective, and I respect Caligo's methods. Honestly, after seeing him in action, I can understand why. The way he leaps into the fray without hesitation. It really is something to behold. I might be a little smitten myself. Does Alisaie like me? How scandalous. I'm only teasing, though I've no doubt he deserves all the admiration he gets, just as you do. Zara, what do I do for work or something else? I don't like to go too much into personal details about it. Right now, I'm just kind of concentrating on the Shadowbringers content. Telsin has the air of a woman being pulled into 10 directions at once. I'd love to lay out a welcome meal, but the duties I put off when I went to the market are still waiting for me. There are 101 things that need doing. I'm sorry, but would you mind waiting here with Alisaie? Go ahead, Zara. Do you have a suggestion? I'm open to suggestions. What, and twiddle our thumbs while you work yourself to death? Surely there's something we can help you with. I could do with a hand, it's true, thank you. You start by helping me with sort of the larder, Alisaie. While we do that, could you tend to a few patients perhaps? There are 3 in particular. I mean to visit. It's just a matter of saying a few words to them and seeing that their skin isn't caked in sand. Their names are Panil, Todin, and Harlrick. They may not give much in the way of response, but I promise they'll be pleased to meet someone new. Saw your channel and gameplay. You're doing great, but you don't have any custom attractive identity which engage viewers. I can show you some examples of those identity. Well, sure, Zara, but I can't exactly. I'm going to kind of concentrate on playing right now. If you want to, I can't, and because you're on Twitch, I can't exactly tell you a better method of kind of contacting me, because Twitch is very weird about telling people to go other places other than Twitch. But if you want to leave it in the chat, maybe I can look at it later. Thank you. I don't really have a... do not really have a Discord, at least not a public one yet. I'm thinking about setting one up. Toten glances at you blankly, but you notice the tension in his face. Ease slightly. Harlick. Oh, she's special, eh? Harlick remains utterly still as you wipe the sand from her cheek. I think she's about to turn. The texture of his skin. Oh, it's a... this is a boy? Whoops. Thought it was a girl. The texture of his skin has hardened into something akin to plaster. You know, now that I'm actually here, I can actually put on my red mage coin here. So what do we do? What do they do with the ones who seem like they're about to turn into a monster? Your work is done, then. You've seen to the patients. How were they? Good, that's good. I knew they would enjoy meeting you. I am concerned about Hailrick, though. I have to speak with the other carers, but I think his time may be near. We shall leave you to that discussion then. I was going to take Caligo to Mortsuk, if you have any errands there that need doing. Well, I suppose there is one thing. Could you pick up a nectarine from the markets, please? Cassard's caravan just passed through, so Ron should have some fresh fruit. Come then, Caligo. There's something I want you to see. Right after we stop at Ron's stall, of course. Alright. So now we're going to take the scenic route so we get to see the lovely area. Yeah. Oh, back again, are you? You need another taste of Ronron's wares? Actually, we're looking to buy a nectarine. Do you carry in stock? Oh yes, nectarine, peaches, grapes, fresh and juicy. Given how richly you cracked your coin purse with me, I might still owe you food. Here, take this one free of charge. Oh, what a swell, not cobalt. Gods, I've never seen Mord merchant give away something for nothing before. How much coin did you spend here? Oh yes, and I'll take a jar of honeyed worms as well. Alisaie. Don't tell me you eat the honeyed worms. Exactly. Oh no, they're not for me. It's an offering of sorts. The worms, if you please. Only the best regulars for you. Come again, my friends. Right. That's our shopping chores taken care of. Let's head up past the Aetherite to the main tower. The view I want to show you can only be seen from its very top. Last time I went there, the guard said I couldn't go in. You need something? Here are your precious worms. That buys us a trip to the top of the tower, does it not? Glazed regulars! You actually bought them! I really shouldn't let you, but just this once, alright? Only once! Never fails, shall we? I wish they would let us actually go in that building.
Look, over there, where the wall is broken. Do you see what lies beyond?
Looks like ocean of sorts?
That's what the land became after the light flooded in.
Oh, it's...
An empty white nothingness.
Oh, that's not moving, it's more like sand.
Life cannot exist in such conditions. The primordial light would wreak havoc on the body's etheric balance. That nectarine you bought, it's Halric's favorite fruit.
Hey, Fur. Yeah, actually I was able to fix them. This is actually my... And I kind of messed with my shaders so that things aren't too bright. You know how in normal Final Fantasy Overworld, things are a bit muted and not very colorful? Well, I kind of need things to be not as colorful and bright in Novrant, because I can't even see the sky if I have my normal shaders on. So this is a new preset, basically with a lot of things turned off from my other one, and I had to download a reshade add-on which fixed these light particles from being little black squares, but it worked. Thanks for asking, I appreciate it.
Most of the patients, Halric included, survived the attacks of powerful eaters.
Yeah, yesterday it was really bright. I didn't notice until like I was messing with my shaders to try to figure out how to fix the light particles. But then I turned off everything, and I look at the sky and go, "Oh wow, I couldn't see that before. Couldn't see the clouds, couldn't see the rays." So I'm like, I need a different setting for Novrant.
But their fate was sealed all the same. The monster's corruption has entered their bodies, and their very essence is being subsumed by light.
See, this is like what I feel was happening to Nero during the Crystal Tower raid series. He was being in the process of being turned into a void scent. Like, you saw him get corrupted.
The twisted state of the world itself just makes matters worse. Under normal circumstances, a person's ether naturally tends to equilibrium. But for these poor souls, the opposite is true. Sooner or later, every single one of them will turn. Tesleen and the patients, they all know this. They know what has to be done before the change goes too far, before the eater within takes over. The preferred method is mixing poison into their favorite food. In my time here, I've borne witness to a lot of last meals.
I guess that's the way to go. Kill them before they turn.
I feel just as helpless as before. No matter how hard I fight, it's never enough.
Oh, she's thinking about... what is it, Sunbu? The little cobalt dude? Bugol? What's his name? Man, I forgot
But it's a
his
war
name.
I mean to wage, nonetheless. Speaking of wars, do you remember how I made you promise not to leave me and then promptly collapsed? Well, let's just say I had a few choice words for the Exarch concerning the timing of his summons.
Galbul, that's it. Galbul, thank you for...
But even if the fault lay with someone else, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd abandon you on the battlefield. So I swore that I'd make up for my absence there by making a difference here. And that's what keeps me moving forward, even when things seem hopeless.
Gabu. That sounds... one of those. It's a cobalt name, you know?
On which note, it's time we headed back. The longer we keep Tesleen waiting, the harder this will be for her.
Just pocket this nectarine that shall become poisoned. Yeah, see, now he won't let me back. I'm glad I was able to show you that. When it comes to understanding the catastrophe which befell the first, one glimpse of the empty wasteland beyond the wall is worth more than an hour of Urianger's lecturing. And I need you to know beyond a doubt that Tesleen has no other choice. The nectarine will be a kindness. Isn't it just the threat posed to others? When a person becomes an eater, the pain appears to be excruciating. The Cares are truly fond of their wards and would spare them that suffering. It is their way of fighting back against a fate worse than death. I wonder if we could see one of these transformations. Wonder if we'll see someone turn. Wonder if we'll see that little aura. What are they called in... Man, this is the time for a quiz. So, Ellison are elves, humans are humes, those are easy. Lalafell are dwarves, that's super easy. Hrothgar are Ronso, that's easy because I played 10. Hira are called V, but I don't remember what Alra and Rogan are called. I'll have to ask that Ronso again. Where is... There it is. We'll fly back. Going somewhere? Then why not travel in style? I assume we have to go... Yeah. Alisaie. Go ahead. I think she's been waiting for us. You're back. I hope you had a nice time. Did you manage to find a nectarine? A plump, sweet-smelling nectarine. Indeed it is, Naga. Indeed it is. So far, very happy with the music I've heard so far. Thank you. Alisaie explained why I wanted this, has she? I can see it in your eyes. You can see it in my eyes. Lady, I am wearing a mask. But we may not need it just yet. I spoke with the others, and we've decided to keep an eye on Halric for now. Oh, that's a bad idea. Thanks to you, though. If his time does come suddenly, we'll be able to send him on his way with a taste of happier days. This certainly won't bite her in the butt. Thank you for understanding. The time left to us. Tesleen makes an effort to smile brightly. I don't want to be too bright around these would-be sin-eaters. They got enough light in them already. Well, nothing is going to happen for a little while yet, so let's see if we can't lighten the mood. We don't want our gloomy faces worrying the patients. I think it's time for that welcome meal, don't you? Take a seat, and I'll make us a nice stew. Just gonna hold that out in the open.
If you'd like another helping. I made a little bit more than usual today.
Even Tesleen gets a voice.
And you've added something special to the broth, if I'm not mistaken.
Aye, well, it's not often we have visitors from the Crystarium, so I may have thrown in a few extra bits and bobs.
Is that the same voice as Lise? Sounds familiar. You needn't have gone to the trouble.
Oh, it's nothing, really. And we do so rarely have guests. In a place like this, you learn to take what moments of happiness you can get. I remember when I first came here with my mother. She was showing the early signs.
Let's not get moms involved in this.
I knew there was no way to save her, but I just couldn't face what needed to be done. That's the way of it for most people. Why they travel for moms to stay here. Beaten, broken souls come to wait out the inevitable, to receive the mercy of a painless death. When my mother finally left this world, I was mad with grief, but also thankful that her passing was a peaceful one.
Ironically.
It's never easy, ending a life you've cared for, even when you believe they go on to a better place. I often find myself wishing the Warrior of Darkness would come and do that part for me.
Warrior of Darkness, you say?
The Warrior of Darkness?
You've never heard the tale? I'm not sure where it began, but every child in Norvrent could tell you a version of it. Warrior of Darkness, servant of death, take care of our souls at our dying breath. Let sinners and eaters of sin go with thee, that all may return to the sunless sea. Well, that's the version I was taught anyway. It's just an old bedtime story. He's certainly never deigned to visit us here.
So the word darkness is kind of like the merciful death for this world, I'm guessing.
Which is a good thing, surely. He sounds rather ominous.
Exactly, I'll say.
Do you think so? I always liked the idea that he treated every soul the same, even the Sin Eaters.
Uh-oh.
They're coming.
Aponil knows.
Desleen! Have you seen Halric? I swear, I only took my eyes off him for a moment.
Oh, is he calling them here? Is he being like a beacon? Or, like they said, minor sin eaters are attracted to larger ones, the greater sin eaters. And so maybe a greater one is coming out for a hunt, and since he's so close to being changed, he's kind of being drawn to the larger one. This is my fault. The patients were acting strangely, so I let it distract me. Where could he have gone? Caligo, Alisaie, we have to go look for Halric. I don't know what's gotten into him, but if he's wandering out there alone. We'll assign search areas and split up. Any idea where he might be headed? No, he's never done anything like this before, but it can't be coincidence. That the other patients they're suddenly so agitated, they can sense something. In any case, let's keep the search close to the inn. Halric isn't very sure on his feet, so he won't have gone far. I'll search the east side. Please, Halric, please be alright. Halric's not alright. He's already not alright. I'll cover the north and west then. You take everything from here to the south. You should have poisoned him when you had the chance. Now I'm gonna have to give him the old pointy stick. Somewhere there. Halric, now I promise you that the rapier I'm holding only hurt for a little bit. What did that say? I kind of glazed over it. It doesn't matter. He's not here. Like, what are these guys supposed to be, you think? Are they just, like, really soon-to-be Sin Eaters? Or... the pointy end is apple-flavored? I wonder if these are just, like, your typical magic zombies that, you know, the light kind of reanimated their corpses, or if they're like patients that are like the real in-between. Probably just mummies. Don't think too hard about it. Magic wraps, perhaps. Maybe there was some sort of war between city-states, and a weapon was developed to reanimate dead soldiers, be used as a bioweapon, you know. Where have I heard that before? You scan your surroundings in search of Ulrich, and suddenly find yourself under attack. Wait, are you a Sin Eater? You look like a bug. So I guess Sin Eaters come in all shapes and sizes, not just humanoid. So I guess it's like animals can become Sin Eaters, because that's what happens to them. Albino or Sin Eater? Well, the test, you just leave him out in the sun, and which one ever gets baked alive? Ah, he was an albino. I see. So that's interesting. The wildlife also can become Sin Eaters, which makes sense. They have their own aether. Unless people are turned into animals, that would really suck.
Any sign of him?
Music is very ominous.
No luck then. But he surely can't have gone far. We should keep looking. The Sin Eaters are out in force, and if we don't find him soon, you can be sure they will.
What from the...
Did you see the size of that thing? It must be one of the nasty ones. Wherever it's going, it can only mean trouble. After it!
See, I thought they were just going to use the City of Alpador hard final boss model, but it actually does look more like the one in the trailer.
Is that... Oh no! Ulrich!
She's a fighter.
We have to run!
Tesseline! No!
Oh man. These guys are quick.
We all deserve happiness, wherever we can find it.
Sucks.
The time left to you is precious. No one should die in pain.
Lead, are you hearing yourself? What's happening to you right now? This man, that's sad. He doesn't even care. He doesn't even care. He's too far gone.
Mother,
Wait. I thought you were going to eat her. Oh, gross. She's throwing up light. Oh, she's... pretty. It's like a little feather egg. That angel regrew its wing. No, it still has its wing cut. Okay. Doesn't seem to matter too much.
No, 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 no!
Now, is she going to eat that boy?
forgive me, Alisaie.
She's still unconscious. I'm gonna give that. That was sad. I don't know if it was really sad though. Like, is that maybe up here? You guys can't even see it because of the dark background. Let me move my camera to the light here. Yeah, I think it's about that sad. I think that's even though I didn't know her very long, that was just the fact that that kid is like looking at her. She's risked her life for this kid who's about to die, and gets stabbed in the back by a sin eater, and the kid is just like doesn't care, doesn't show any sign that he cares at all. That increases the sadness from just kind of being just normal sad to a bit higher. Still, no tears. I didn't know her that well, but that was good though. That was good storytelling. It's like no one should die in pain, and she dies in pain. But that last thing where she still is somewhat conscious on the inside but can't control herself. That's yeah, that was sad. Yeah, Alisaie talking. Ah, man, she risked it. She risked it. Only, yeah, look at you, you little bastard. You little bastard. Staring up where they left, I'm guessing. I mean, I know it's not his fault, but still. You have anything to say, Ulrich? No. Risked it for Ulrich, who probably, like, what, has a week left? His skin is already turning alabaster, so... Okay. No good deed goes unpunished. I'm sorry, Calico. I tried to tell the carers what happened, but I can't be the shoulder they lean on, not like this. I guess it's up to me. It's just so unfair. Tesseline was always so cheery with the patients, telling them not to be scared, that there wouldn't be any pain. Of all the people in the world to suffer such a fate. That's another thing. That Sin Eater didn't eat her. They say that they're mindless. I'm not sure they're so mindless. That Sin Eater wanted to change her. I think there was intent and maliciousness in that Sin Eater. Maybe the lower ones are mindless and just want to eat, but... And the fact that she didn't turn around and try to, like, eat Ulrich after that and left? I don't know. I feel there was some sign of intelligence there. I imagine you're just as shocked as the rest of us, so I appreciate what you're doing here. Me? I can barely. I don't have the words. Without a body, we can't even give her a proper burial. And she cared about that sort of thing. Oh, that's rough. About giving people a chance to say their goodbyes. No, it's... You guys have switched roles. Now Alisaie is saying nothing. Ulrich seems as unresponsive as ever. He stands motionless, staring up into the sky where the Sin Eaters made their escape. Yeah, that's what I thought. Alisaie is lost in grief. How long did they say Alisaie was here? Probably just about a year? But still, that's long enough to kind of get to know Tesseline. I've spoken with the carers. Thank you. What you're doing, it means a lot to them, to me. Sorry to interrupt. We realized we hadn't thanked you for rescuing Ulrich. Excuse me. You weren't hurt at all, were you? Oh, man. He's asking us if we've been bitten. Hurt? There wasn't even a fight. I was too late, too slow. And I thought I could protect you. You can't blame yourself for things beyond your control. You brought Ulrich back to a safe and sound. No one could have done any more. I'm sorry, but I've come to the decision. I won't be continuing my role here. I hope you'll forgive me for leaving you. And that you will have to delay Ulrich's last meal for as long as you possibly can. Not until it's too late, of course, just Give him what time you can. We always do? Of course. She would have done the same. Farewell, Ulrich. Keep Teslene's words close to your heart. Wait, you're leaving this very moment? I understand how you must feel, but surely it's a bit hasty. Do you even have anywhere to go? I have a destination in mind, yes, and a purpose. This damned light, building without cease, is the reason we can't save those corrupted by Sin Eaters. But what if we corrected the balance? Even if only little by little. Even if it took years, it surely would make things better. Now, hold on there. Everyone knows there's too much light. But how could you ever hope to get rid of it? You'd have to change the whole world. That's right. We should return to the Crystarium. I may not be able to repel the the Eaters on my own, but I can still use the skills I've gained here to hurt them. Trust party member got. I hope. I've never done the trust yet. So, Alisaie is hoping that she could save Ulrich. Is that what I'm hearing? She's like, maybe I can correct this before Ulrich. He's barely can talk. He's not doing too good. Ponwell, you're doing all right. Tesleen. Oh, that's sad. No blues here, yes? No blues. Well, before we go, let me see if I can get another Aether Current. Don't want to miss those. I thought of it as giving up on Ulrich would be giving up on Tesleen. One of the last things she did was delaying giving him the apple. Yeah, it could be. Could be very well. Let me guess, it's down there. Yeah, I'm not getting that. Okay. You know what I thought? With the new character creation that's going to come in Evercold, like we'll be able to make our own like kind of afflicted. We could color wheel our skin to be pure white. I mean, pure white with this mask. Caligo, you're looking quite this Sin Eater already. New Caligo lore. He was a Sin Eater the entire time. You know, I really want a job to be tied to the Flood now. I'm digging the Flood, even though it's horrific and stuff. Like, we got Reaper, which is tied to the Void, and Void Scent. I want a job that's tied to the Flood and Sin Eaters. Though, maybe at the end of this expansion, I don't know, they're like, there's no more Sin Eaters left. We fixed it. No spoilers, please. No spoilers. I guess this isn't a, forgive my, sides. I kind of want to see where these guys go. These guys are like the, traveling chocobo in, Western Corthus Highlands. What about Dumbledore? I'm not quite sure what you mean, Fur. Oh, it is a fate. Sorry, guys. No time for fates. Not yet. We gotta keep this MSQ going. Spoilers. Oh, I get it. No spoilers. What about Dumbledore? That was not as nearly as a Harry Potter spoiler as what happened to Snape. I remember some people went to lines of people buying the final book of Harry Potter and reading what happened to Snape to them as they're waiting to buy the book. What cruelty. What utter cruelty. Part of a fate chain. Well, definitely don't have time for that. Dummy wonders. Where is achievements? Where did I put my achievement thing? Oh, that's right, put it in the command panel. Battle. I forgot where they put the fate tab, the achievements. Yeah, we'll figure it out later. That's something I will have to do. Snape is getting to use a Fantasia before the new TV show. Yep. Yep. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Well, if they wanted publicity, they got it. With that casting choice. Cassard, you're doing well, I see. Caligo, good to see you again. You look like you've a story or two to tell, but I sense you'd sooner get back to the Crystarium. Well, before you start pre-using these goods, I should point out they're going to Mordsuk, not for sale, in other words. I didn't want them anyway. Forgive me, Caligo. I couldn't stay there a moment longer. But I was serious about what I said. While the men and women at the inn battle against this blight with kindness, I must fight it in my own way, with steel. From Eorzea's sword in the darkness to Norat's sword in the light. Gods above, it feels like ages ago now. I don't understand what I just said. Miss Alisaie, is there anything I can get you? Your swiftest Amaro. We need to return to the Crystarium immediately. As you wish. My words seem to have had an impact. Would it be easier to check achievements? Yeah, how do I do that again? Relevant? Current area, that's right. I could have done it that way. But I'm not going to really go fate hunting until I get really into Shadowbringers, probably after 8 point... What do I say? 8.1. Let's see, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.0. Alisaie, remind me to wear goggles if we ever fly over Arang again. I barely gotten the sand out of my eyes. But the wind did help clear my head at least. I think I'm ready to meet with the Exarch. We need to talk about how we're going to wipe the Sin Eaters out, shall we? Oh wait, this is just Alphino's quest. Lots of blinking, Fur. Lots of blinking. Blinking and rubbing. Do you have business with the Crystal Exarch? Just say the word and I would be happy to escort you to the Ocular. Let me guess, this is another area that I only have limited access to. And I can't take G-pose pictures here whenever I want. I see you were reunited with Alisaie. But I dare say you found little else to celebrate in Arang. Thank you for seeking me out, Caligo. It meant a lot to have you there by my side. I was tempted to set off again the moment we had decided upon a direction. But you still have to visit Alphino, haven't you? If you know my brother, he'll be on the cusp of discovering something vital to our success, if he hasn't already. I'm content to stay here and consider our options for the time being. But don't keep me waiting too long, eh? Your first order of business will be to reunite with Alphino and Alisaie. In doing so, the predicament here in Novrant should become abundantly clear. As for communications with the source, Fail-U will gladly serve as your messenger. If needs be, however, you should be capable of making the journey between worlds. The device there will serve as a portal. Simply touching a hand to its surface will transport you to the location of the beacon I left at the base of the tower, in theory at least. Oh, so this is an actual physical gateway to the source. The thing that this guy is always putting his hand on and seeing into our world, I guess. Whenever I come to the Crystarium, the sands of Arang seem a world away, and yet they both lie under the same wretched sky. Okay, before we go to Alphino, I did tell that fairy, Fail-U, I think? I want to see if I can find Kryl and see if she got the message. And to do that, we have to go to Kugane. I don't think she's in Eureka still, right? She left, but we're gonna check. Oh, everything's so washed out. Sorry, force of habit. It's all washed out. I don't think she's here, but I've got to check. Yeah, there's Ajika. I think it's just Ajika here. I think they moved Kryle. Kryle's just a quest giver, and once you complete her quest, she's gone. Alright. Definitely do not have time for Eureka. Okay, I've got one other place I want to check. I guess I could have sent a message to Tataru. But I can talk to Tataru myself. Thus, why I wanted to send a message to Kryle. Does Kryle come by here? No Kryle? I guess not. Does anyone know where Kryle's model is during Shadowbringers? So I could go see if she got my message. I can tell they used a different lighting system for this. Well, maybe things are a little bit muted, but it just feels more colorful than before. Like from Kugane to here. It just, things seem more colorful, like this tree. Maybe I just don't have a real strong point of reference. But I kind of like it being a little washed because that's what the light is doing, right? It's kind of making everything a little muted. Kind of washed out with light. Your face is unknown to me. What business have you at my rookery? Letter of introduction. A letter introducing addressed to Zemi Jemai and signed by the Crystal Exarch. Signed by the Exarch, no less. Yes, I can provide you with an Amaro for passage to... How did they say this was? Colusia? I will pick you out a friendly whelp. You know what? I'll say Chocobo. A Chocobo? Do you hail from Novrant's more isolated settlements, perchance? I hear there are few places where they ride little else. But here in the Crystarium, mounts like that grey fellow there are far more commonly used. Seeing as you are apparently unaccustomed to running on a morrow, I think it best I accompany you on this flight myself. Any Zune worthy of the name could do it, of course, but the Exarch sent you to me. Ensuring you arrive safely is my responsibility. Gather your things and meet me at the Amaro launch. One of the junior tamers will attend to you when I ready the mounts. And now we got a new friend. Azun. Looking to purchase an Amaro? I reckon you've come to the right place. That's like if you would. And there we have it. I've added your name to the register. Pray come back. It's just the porter. Aspiring Amaro Tamer. You want to fly Amaro to Colausia? Well, I suppose Master Zhenmai is going with you. Wait here, please. The Master should be along with the mounts shortly. You can now travel to Colausia. Speak with the aspiring Amaro trainer to fly to the island. I guess I'm going automatically.
The whistling breeze, mute. The pounding surf, frozen. Time itself takes a breath. At light's edge, all is perfectly still. The world captured in a painting, locked in a moment. Music, faint and fleeting, drifts coastward on the lifeless air. And in the distance, beyond the broken earth, a city beckons.
Zhenmai, tell us about this place. We've arrived. This is Cracked Shell Beach on the eastern coast of Colausia. You should be safe here for the present. Compared to the mainland, Sin-Eater attacks are far less prevalent, and the native beasts are not any more dangerous than elsewhere. It's the people you should be wary of. Spy that city in the distance? That is Yulmore, the island's main settlement. It rivals the Crystarium in scale, and was once an ally in our battle against the abominations. For years, the Ulmorian elite have fancied themselves the masters of what remains of our broken world. They have gone as far to offer the leaders of other settlements protection if we bend the knee. But to say their ideals are questionable would be putting it mildly. The Crystarium is one among many who resist their heavy-handed authority. And while we are not at war, our relations with Yulmore are strained at best. It may be wise to conceal your ties with the Exarch during your stay here, especially in the vicinity of the city. I'm glad we understand each other. Now the Exarch has instructed me to divulge a secret that should make finding your friend a good deal easier. Listen closely. Whatever Zhenmai has to tell you, he plainly deems it worthy of your undivided attention. If you head south along the coast, you will eventually come to a fisherman's sack. A friend of the Crystarium lives there, a man who goes by the name of Ivor. Ivor keeps an eye on everything that happens in Colausia, and will be able to point you in the right direction. Just hand him a sprig of thyme. That will let him know that you can be trusted. Here, this should be enough. Find your friend. I will stay here with the Amaro until you are ready to return. Boy, the Alma. Wait a minute. These goblins aren't wearing masks. Please tell me that that's not how goblins look. Please tell me that's not how goblins look underneath their masks. I don't want to know how goblins look underneath their masks. It's part of their lore. You never see their faces. And they don't look very cute either. They're ugly little buggers. In fact, you have angered me. You should not be showing your face, goblin. How dare you show your face to me? But you, on the other hand, you're a mark. One of two. Now the excuse me, I have some business with this not Gobu. That's some nuts. I know the nut currency goes beyond Shadowbringers. I wonder how they're going to explain how Clan Nutsy makes its way to the source. Unless there's like free travel now? We'll find out. Hi, Bor, you Ronso. And you look like a real Ronso, don't you? Got your horn, got your blue skin. What are you after? Fish? Crab? I think I've got an eel in a barrel somewhere. If you've a taste for them. A fragrant herb commonly found growing along the floodplain of the source. I do love a bit of thyme. Chuck some in a pan and it's like a bloody festival of flavor. Now what is it I can do for you? Can't say that there's been any major upsets to report these past few weeks. Looking for Alphino. Alphino, eh? I know the one. Our young champion of the downtrodden. Yulmore's richer than all of Novigrad put together, but it's a different story for them as live outside the city. Most spend every waking moment just trying to stay alive, which makes your friend dedication to helping others stand out all the more. I can hazard a guess as to where he is now. Get a message to him, but you'll need somewhere quiet to meet, away from prying eyes. Make for Stilltide. That's the fishing village just up the path there. You're looking for a run-down excuse for a tavern the locals call Leaky Keel. Leaky Kel. Wait there and I'll see that Alphino joins you. Thanks, my Ronso. While this music's alright, it's not as good as Amarang's music. A little... trying to think of the vibe they're going for. It kind of has like a sea jaunt. You have spotted a vista recording your turn by doing lookout. See, now it even tells me which emote I need. Cracked Shell Beach. When questioned on the rather prosaic name of this coastline, The inhabitants of nearby still tides simply point to the carpet of broken seashells. In earlier days, they say the beach was crowded with the comings and goings of local fishermen, but now it's mostly the boots of barbaric hobgoblins leaving tracks along the pebbled shore. They got guitars in the first. Nice and crisp. We have Amaro for hire if you're interested. Yes, so that can be the same thing. Now I bring my own seat to this tavern. Headed in for a pint? I believe I am. And look, another indoor area. Oh man, that's so much better. So much better than Stormblood. This your first time in the tavern? It's customary to buy a drink if you mean to loiter. Will you be having any? Fun fact, Caligo's favorite beverage is water. Fine choice. And you'll be paying with... Well now, those are exotic. Where did you come by coins like that? I'm sorry, dear. I don't doubt they have value, but I don't have a touchstone to test their purity. And I'm not about to go begging for one from the neighbors, so we'll just have to come to some sort of arrangement. Okay, what do you want me to kill? Here's an idea. There's a common to the north where we grow our vegetables, but lately the pests have been eating more of them than we have. What do you say to a bit of extermination work? Say, I knew it, I knew it. I want you to squash any vermin you find, then visit the caretaker and give him an earful from me for sleeping on the job. He'll be in the old silo next to the fence, snoring like as not. Do that for me, and you can laze about here all as long as you like. Head over to Governor's Row and rid the field of any vermin you see. They call in at the old silo and let our wastrel of a caretaker know what I think of the care he's been taking. When in doubt, Warrior Light goes to kill. Alright, you little puck. One more. You'll do fine. Oh, wrong button. More nuts. Blighted crop. That doesn't sound too good. Look at this! The fabled square grapes! They exist! I thought they got rid of these. The fabled square grapes. I feel like a Final Fantasy pilgrim who's arrived at a holy destination. This really is like Vilbrand. They even have their own little... Yeah, it was Endwalker, but they have the grapes here. So did people just not notice Shadowbringers had the grapes? Fine vintage grapes. They make wine all the better because they're already vintage. Find this caretaker. A barred door. I hate barred doors. Oh, the Endwalker ones are bigger? Good to know, lab. No response. Maybe you need to lock louder. I hate barred doors. No response. I feel like I'm in Bloodborne knocking on doors right now. Perhaps the occupant is hard of hearing. I think Endwalker MSQ involved the fruits directly too, versus going to a farm and happened to... Fair enough. I wouldn't know, but still, I got to see the square grapes. Hear faint squeaking from beyond the room beyond. Time to burst in and save the day, brave adventurer. Alright. No one is home, and judging by the lack of furniture, they haven't been for some time. The gnawed scraps of vegetables on the floor suggest rats have taken up residence in their absence. Well, that's freaking ominous. Cool little side city over there. Oh, this is ominous. It'd be funny if we came back here and there was no one here. It's like you go into the bar, it's like, oh, all the bar, everything is covered in dust, as if no one was ever here to begin with. Welcome back, dear. What did that good-for-nothing caretaker have to say for himself? Gone. Must have joined the rest of the hopefuls. In Gatetown, outside of Yulemoor, you don't have a clue what I'm talking about, do you? And here, there I was thinking you were another dreamer. Well, never mind that. Take a seat wherever you like, dear. You've more than earned it. I'll even throw in another drink on the house. You know, as a warrior of light, I'm not one to take free drinks anymore. Too many times.
How's business today, Mistress Theva?
Oh, it's our boy Alfie. And he's got a new book.
Oh, frenetic. Look, I have a new customer.
Tis good to see you, my friend.
Oh, there's Alfie's theme. I guess it's Twins' theme.
The barley seeds you wanted. They should produce a better harvest than the last.
What, just like that? Oh, Alfie, no, you really are a dear. Well, I'd best be tidying up some of those empty shacks before the pests move in. Keep an eye on the place while I'm out, eh?
It seems an age since last we spoke. Not since the prisoner exchange in Doma. And Yotsu.
Man, that feels like a long time ago.
It has been even longer for me, of course, if you count the days I've spent here. But the time has only added to the relief I feel seeing you safe and well.
Me, I was worried about you. We thought we lost you. Let's go with the we here.
Huh. Alisaie said much the same thing. I don't think I've ever had such a scolding. But I believe an exchange of news is in order. Come, tell me of your arrival and all that came before.
So he doesn't know about the well, he would, because Alisaie would have told him about the Garlemald invasion. Or the Garlean invasion, I should say.
I see. Both the Exarch and Alisaie told me what they knew of events, but I had stubbornly clung on to the hope that all-out war might yet be avoidable.
So he doesn't know.
And poor Tataru. She must be sick with worry. We must endeavor to return as soon as we may. It would be nice to bring her good tidings for a change. But before we bid this world farewell, we must first ensure that it is not rejoined to the source. We must prevent the 8th Umbral calamity. Urianger's vision of the future has, I fear, every chance of coming true. By his description, the catalyst for the calamity was a formless and deadly weapon employed by the Garlean Empire.
The Black Rose, eh? The Black Rose. That would be the source of the calamity on the source.
Which can only mean one thing. Black Rose.
Yes.
Gaius was telling you the truth. When we were on the trail of the Asians, we saw evidence that the gas was being manufactured once more.
That's right, it's coming back to me. Alphino was with Gaius when he became comatose. We never saw him actually get yanked. We just saw that Gaius brought his body back.
Gaius was adamant that the project had been scrapped. But so long as there are wars to be waged, there will always be those determined to win by any means. And thus simply destroying the existing stores of Black Rose would do little to alter fate's course. In that sense, our involuntary journey here to the First was something of a boon. Together with the Exarch, we've developed a theory as to how we believe the rejoining will be set in motion. I'm sure Urianger himself will cover the subject in more detail. But I can tell you the process requires that both worlds, the Source and the First, be facing an existential threat.
Kind of seems like this world is in a perpetual state of an existential threat. Alphino, are you sure that staying here would help rather than going back and preventing the Black Rose from being released?
One being sin-eaters, of course. They are a menace that I would dearly love to remove, and not just to avert a calamity. I may be a stranger to this world, but I will not stand idly by and let innocent people be slaughtered. That is what brought me to the gates of Yulmore. Ignoring its pretensions as a kind of capital city to what remains of the world, it is nonetheless a center of power and authority.
Of course. Gotta go where the political power is, don't you, Alphino?
If any solutions are to be found, I believe our search should begin there. What say you, old friend? Hungry for another adventure?
I'm feeling a little peckish. Might be time for a break.
And so we take to the road once more.
All right. I'm gonna take a quick stretch and snack break now that Alphino has mentioned hunger. So let's see. What time should we get back? Let's make it 18 on the hour. So about 7 minutes, 6 to 7 minutes. All right, I shall see you all anon. Just need to put some blood back in the lower region and take a stretch and get a small snack. I encourage you all to do the same if you've been sitting down. I shall return shortly. Alright. Let's get back to it. This music's starting to pick up. I like it. You know, while I was taking my little break, I was reminded of, or I should say I remembered, that I think that Sin Eater transformation was actually toned down a lot. Because Yoshi P had said I think he said he wanted to make some scenes seem more graphic and painful, but he couldn't because of the T rating, which makes me think that was the scene he was talking about. Like, if they added like violent convulsions, that would have been, I think that might have added a little extra oomph to it, you know, like. But I think they did the feather egg, which is a nice effect, or I should say feather cocoon. A feather cocoon opening up and the Sin Eater coming out. But it would have been weird if, like, you saw the body horror of her neck stretching out and her arms, like, convulsing into that form. That would have been nice. But hey, you know, you work within the parameters you're given. That being said, now in Japan at least, this is no longer a teen game. This is actually like considered a mature game. Oh, and you want to know why? It's because of G-Pose. You might think, what? Why would G-Pose have any effect onto why this is now a mature game? It's because you can look up female characters' skirts in G-Pose. And Japan has a thing about that. It's part of their culture, to be honest. Panchira is a word for basically panty shot. That's why in some of the Nier games, you know, if you look under, they'll like point out that they know you're looking. So they said, no, we're not going to make it so you can't angle a character camera down. It would like cut off basically. Basically the I guess the committee that decides the ratings, they wanted to make it so that you couldn't angle the camera to past a certain point as to be able to look up a girl's skirt. Funny things. And now you know. Anyway, let's continue on our journey to find more about Yulmore. Which I'm guessing is where the fat cats are. Both literal and figurative, as we saw in the trailer. Assuming you have no objections, let us make our way directly to the city outskirts. If we time our arrival just right, you may be lucky enough to see why they have yet to set foot in Yulmore, despite my best efforts to do so. Yeah, exactly, for the more you know. Come, from here we must head west, then cross a small bridge. My magic gauge is almost full. I pity the next mob that comes into my vicinity. Oh, wait. I have not been doing this. I always forget I do this. Did I miss? I saw a... Are you gonna follow me all the way up here? Good. Yeah, I think I missed one. Southwest. There you are. Gotta suck up all that air. I'm headed northwest. Hello, iguana. You're like the gigantoads. Colusia seems peaceful, does it not? I don't know, Alf. No, I've been attacked by hobgoblins and pucks and chameleons. Almost familiar. I had a similar impression of the Crystarium. Even this distant world, people are much the same. To think whenever a calamity struck the source, a reflection such as this one, with all its culture and history, was erased from existence. Yeah, that really sucks. Considering it's like really, even though it's like close to our world, it's really different. They even have different names for races and stuff. No, no, get away from me! Over there. Quickly, someone's in trouble. Alright, dude. Sin Eater. You wanna dance? Let's dance. Huh. I wasn't expecting that. Did it just go, oh, I've had enough of this? I actually fought it off? I fought it off. I guess I didn't want to die. Oh, thank the fates. Yeah, let's go. Tender love. I love it. I love it. I love when these Sin Eaters have like names for things like that. It's a horse, but its shape is human. My poor heart. There you are. In my haste, I lost my bearings. But I see you have the situation well in hand. Fine work. Are you all right, madam? Just a few bruises from where I fell. Nothing compared to what is in store for me before this brave soul came to rescue. Honestly, I thought I was done for. My feet are not as swift as they once were. And I knew there was no one left to hear me scream. Not that I let that stop me. I probably should leave my old house behind and queue up outside Umor with the rest of them. Out those fancy lords and ladies. Hey, lords and ladies. That's what I call you all. Well, welcome an old crone like me. Still, even a shack near the gate has to be safer than staying here. One would hope. Either way, I suggest you avoid wandering alone, lest you make the Sin Eater's task any easier. Thank you again. You saved my life. Now, I'm sure a strapping lad like you has little to fear. But I wouldn't linger long in this place. There's naught to be had here but cobwebs and memories. This kind of reminds me of Japan, about how the countrysides get pretty much swallowed, their populations get swallowed by the cities, because nobody wants to live in the country, so they become ghost towns. 'Tis as the lady says, many of these parts have abandoned their homes to live in Yulmor's shadow. Should the Sin Eaters descend upon this region, there are precious few with the strength to fight them off. Speaking of which, what have you been told of these monsters? Well, dude, I saw one personally. Ah yes, Alisaie would be well qualified to speak on the subject. Compared with Amarang, Carusia is almost a haven. But as you saw, we cannot let our guard down. Had you arrived but a few moments later, the Sin Eater would have claimed another victim. Still, we won a small victory this time, at least. Now, shall we press on? We need to return where the road forks and follow the path that leads west. Now let me guess, I'm not going to be able to go inside of any of these houses. It was nice to go in the bar. I think they just threw people like me a bone by saying, you can go into, like, you know, you can go into a house here and a bar there, but don't expect us to put assets in all the buildings. Come on now. Okay, before we take off, that'll be for later. See if I can get to it. Oh, I was like, what? I didn't even do anything. What did I get? Increased displacement and engagement potency to 180. I'm so bad with names, even ability names. Displace and engagement. What does that mean? Oh, these two. Okay. That's good. Now, I'm a red mage that likes to stay in the melee range. I do not hang back and zoom in. I stay up close so I can stab with my sword. And if I need to, I use displacement to get out of harm's way. Ooh, a shantytown. Gate town. It's like at this point, if you guys are going to build shacks, why not just build actual homes like you did back there? I guess they want to get in, and so they're planning on temporary lodgings.
That gate up ahead is known as the Open Arms, and Yulmor itself lies beyond.
I have a feeling, like everything else here, this is ironically named.
This, meanwhile, is the aptly named Gate Town, the dwelling place of the many desperate souls who hope to be chosen to live in the city proper.
So how does one... Wondering, how does one get chosen?
I thought I recognized you. Brought a new friend, eh?
Wait, did you live, old man? No, your accent's different. He's probably talking to Alisaie.
I
Alphino, I
bet
did
you
it.
got a trick or two up your sleeve. Maybe even 3. Care to show me?
I did it. I mixed up the twins. Okay. Let's see.
He's not here to compete. Leave him be.
What? I was only making conversation.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please!
Now, I didn't play much of 9, but there were 2 jesters in 9. I do know that. I'm getting some vibes here.
Greetings to our hopeful petitioners, one and all! Yulmore extends its warmest regards. Let it be known that a lady of distinction wishes to dine on fish divine.
Oh, you have to do tasks for them to get in?
We seek a master culinarian who can guarantee seafood perfection. Dazzle the matron with your delicious dishes, and life in the city will be yours to enjoy, even on days when fish is not on the menu! Who among you will answer the call? Name yourself or another. We might not at all.
Well, I have a level 70 fully pentamelded culinarian on Caligo here. Fully pentameld from Stormblood. Can I say something?
Was there anyone?
What about that girl?
Do you recall how I said Yulmore was a center of power and authority? Well, that is not the only reason for its fame. It is also known as the City of Final Pleasures. The noble and the wealthy who survived the flood gathered here to live out the rest of their days in decadent abandon.
Kind of like a party at the end of the world, eh?
A poor man could sooner pass through the Iron Needle than Yulmore's gates. The only way the common folk can enter this perverted paradise is if they fulfill the whim of one of the privileged. And so they are picked over like market produce.
A perverted paradise, you say? I'm rubbing my chin right now. But, to be honest, whenever a kind of deal like this is made, it's like, oh, and if you do this for us, we'll let you in. Like, I would say a good percentage of the time they end up killing you anyway, because, you know, they can't. There's only so much space. So it's like you could come in, and once your usefulness is done, they get rid of you. I'm a culinarian.
What a catch! We'll not be throwing this one back.
What do you mean by that?
Having seen your all too obvious charms, we welcome you with open arms. Come, join us in the City of Splendor and live out your life in an ecstasy of endeavor. Oh, just look at those expectant faces. What could you possibly be waiting for? Well, what have we here? An extra share of meal to celebrate our newest resident!
Sorry, one moment. My doggy do is here, and I gotta set up her favorite blanket so she can lie down. There she goes. She's happy once she knows that's her blanket. All right. I'll take that food.
For you.
Ah, at last!
Enjoy!
Thank goodness.
I mean, they're giving them
Meal
food.
is a foodstuff which Yulmore routinely doles out to the people of Gatetown, and apparently a staple for its citizens as well. Many here rely on it to survive in these times of scarcity, yet the whole arrangement just seems... well, let's just say it leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
I mean, I get it. It's like you're keeping them around for their... so when you need somebody, you can get them. So you're just kind of like laying food out for them, but you are feeding them. My mask is better than your mask. You like what you see, do you? Oh, you don't want to lay down, doggy? She wants some pets. Oh, she's hiding. Okay. Now you understand why my attempts to enter the city have thus far come to naught. The dubious privilege of residency must be won via a contest with ever-changing rules. They say this policy has been in place for the past 2 decades, ever since Yulmore's current ruler came into power. Yet from what I've seen, it does more harm than good. Not only does it distract people from our shared struggle against the Sin Eaters, it robs them of their self-sufficiency. I have tried to propose ways they could improve their lot, but my words invariably fall on deaf ears. The attitude is now so entrenched now, I worry that, well, mayhap you should take a turn around Gatetown and judge the situation for yourself. Don't mind if I do, Alpha. No, any blues? Any blues? There's actually something up this way. Hey, you're the guy that talked to me earlier. Still here, are you? Can't blame you for wanting a slice of Yulmore's pie. If you ask me, you should ditch that sour-faced brat and make a home for yourself here. Gatetown's not much to look at, aye, but at least it's safe, and the meal is the best thing I've ever tasted. You looking to get inside? Well, of course you are. Who wouldn't want to live each day with a full belly and a pretty partner on each arm, eh? I guess he knows. Go, take the measure of Gatetown. I shall wait here. Bubbling cook pot. A large pot bubbles over the flame. Pale chunks. Mule, you realize, float in otherwise plain broth. Well, these guys really like Mule. I wonder if there's something a little magical to it, a little, like, addictive. There we go. It's like a little tiny jumping puzzle. Gatetown. Gatetown is a haphazard mess of shacks and Lentos? I'm gonna have to look up that word. Do not know what that word means, so let's... Lentos. Initial. Is that what? Did I get the right word? Lean toast. Sorry, lean toast. Lean to. Don't really have a word for it. A lean to. Oh, okay, this is okay. A lean to is a style, simple structure with an added to an existing building with rafters leaning against another wall. Freestanding structures upon one or more sides, generally used as shelters, colloquially referred to as lean-tos. I see, I thought it was actually like one word because of this hyphen, but it's actually is hyphenated normally, in spite of being attached to anything. So if I do this, will I get a more easy lean-to? There we go. Having the characterized by a single slope or pitch. A structure with a single pitch roof that is attached to the side of a building as a wing or extension. Okay. Let me just save this. I've never heard of a lean-to before. Save this to my little vocab folder. And the more we know. So Kicktown is a haphazard mess of shacks and lean-tos, the result of refugees throwing up shelters as they await their chance to embrace the comforts of Yulmore. Their living conditions can be best described as abysmal. The regular distribution of mule and minimal risk of eater attacks has only seen the population increase over time. Well, they got the bread part of the bread and circuses. Preoccupied petticoat.
Just look at it. Can you imagine a more beautiful city? Every day I dream of the life that waits for me inside those walls. Oh, will they ever pick me?
Like the balloons, it really adds to the decadence. You see the airship up there shares the same kind of pattern. Things get darker. I know there's no night and day cycle, but it seems like there's a slight... Like at 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. something happens. Aspiring songstress. Got a bunny girl.
Did you hear what happened to that girl?
Well, they're just gossiping, or if they're talking about the one who was just taken.
You've seen what Cape Town has to offer. These people can no longer fend for themselves. They've become dependent on handouts of Mule. And believe Yulmore is the answer to all their woes. Yet no matter how I frame my encouragement, they seem unwilling, nay, unable to conceive of any other way of life.
Alphino wears a profound disappointment, or disapproval, I should say. Yeah, instead of Sin Eater, just say Eaters. It's an interesting abbreviation. You disapprove of these people's way of life. or you disapprove of Yulmore. I'm gonna go with this. Disapprove? It frustrates me, certainly. That's only part of it, though. The whole situation makes me uneasy. Not that it matters. However unjust this system seems to me, if these people claim to be content with their lot, it's hardly my place to criticize their choices. That's big of you, Alphino. Big on you for that. Second option, disapproving Yulmore sounds anarchist. Yeah. Does a bit. But take that elder lady you rescued. Does it not seem that those who have chosen to forego Yulmore's largesse... Okay, wow, another word right off the bat. Sorry folks, but my vocabulary is limited and I must know more. So...
Lean to.
Lean to, but we have a new word already.
Largesse.
Largesse. Liberty in bestowing gifts, especially a lofty or condescending manner. Ooh. Money or gifts bestowed. Generosity of spirit or attitude. I like this, like condescending gift giving. Largesse. Largesse is new to me, the opposite of smallest. Maybe. Oh, it's largesse.
Largesse.
Largesse, but it's still largesse. A gift of money is given out of benevolence, often... Oh, so it's the opposite. It wasn't condescending. Funny how those words are so similar, but you add an E, and then it's not condescending, it's generous of spirit. Often given ostensibly. Okay. Time to save this to my vocab folder. So benevolent. Ostentatiously. Okay, largesse. Second, I also need to make Twitch chat a little bit smaller. Too big. Okay. Let's get onto it. Does it not seem those who have chosen to forego Yulmore's largesse are doomed to suffer for their independence? In the end, they are all forced to seek refuge in Gatetown. And so hamlets and fields across the island are left empty and unattended, hastening the region's descent into ruin. Nay, I'm not convinced that Yulmore's generosity truly serves the best interest of the Colusia people. I am not so naive as to think there is some miraculous solution to all this, yet I cannot help but frown at the sight of hardworking villagers struggling to survive, even as the chosen few rejoice at being plucked from poverty by the hand of a capricious noble. There has to be a better way. I will not know for sure, however, until I have taken those long-delayed steps into Yulmore's gates. 'Tis fortunate that you arrived when you did, Calico. I have been working on a scheme to insinuate myself into the city. If all goes according to plan, it should come to fruition.
There is a beast tribe who makes its home in the sea surrounding the island, the Ondo. Let me guess, they're Sahagin. The Ondo, they are called. Yeah, though you and I know them as Sahagin. For the most part, they keep to themselves in their ocean grottos and rarely have dealings with land dwellers. But as Tataro took such great pains to impress upon me during our stay in Kugane, business favors the bold. And so I reached out to them. Oh, you can swim now? Hey, Kyle, what's going on? Or I should say Kylie. Hey, Kylie. I doodly discovered that the Ondo are inordinately fond of land-grown produce, fresh fruits in particular. That's when I ordered to procure such goods for them. They promised to pay me in pearls. An attractive business venture for any prospective investor, would you not say? Or would you not agree? Surely, even the most jaded Eumorian lord would have time for a merchant who can make pearls for plums and pumpkins. How's the streams going? They're going all right. I'm still having technical difficulties now and then, but you know, we're learning. I'm trying my best to learn and roll with the punches, as they were. I appreciate the concern, of course. Yes, I've come a long way since my days of buying samurai swords without first negotiating a price. My appointment with the Ondo is due to take place in a few hours. I just need to collect the produce and meet with them on the shore. This is the only game I stream currently. I am running through Shadowbringers. We'll see if I break out once I get done with Shadowbringers. Maybe play some Nier or some Final Fantasy Tactics. I kind of plan on playing those to better understand the Alliance raids. And I am a big fan of Souls series, so I might get into that, but right now I just want to focus on Final Fantasy XIV. Excellent. I should be glad of your company. First things first then, we must pay a visit to Mosha Mao, my supplier in Wright. Come, it's just to the northwest of here. I should try Stardew Valley. I mean, I've heard good things about Stardew Valley. Not sure it's my my cup of tea, as it were. Now we got a spy. Somebody's spying on us. Should have taken Alisaie's method and pick a more secluded area. Should have talked to us at the bar, actually. Silly Alpha no. I think I see an aetheryte up there. What a pretty sky, right? What a pretty sky. Kylie, I stream Monday, Wednesday. My planned schedule is Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern. Alphino, what do you have to say? This is Mosha Mao, the farmer of whom I spoke. What do they call the Makote here? They call them Mistels, right? I remember that. Because it was close to Minstrel, but it's not. It's Mistel. Still don't remember what Rogadin and Aura are called. Is there something I can do for you, friend? Good day to you, Moshamal. This is my associate Caligo. We are here to collect the produce I purchased.
Thanks, Kylie. Look forward to it. And thanks for the follow.
Eh? I loaded your lackey up with the goods not long ago. My lackey? I know no such person. Mistel lad, short blue hair, no? He said he'd come on your behalf, and since he seemed to know all the details, I just assumed. Confound it. Someone must have been eavesdropping on our conversation.
How do I manage my gaming life? It's kind of just, streaming it now, kind of, really. That's how I manage. Just whenever I can do it, I'll stream it. Though on my off days, put in a few hours. It's tough work, management.
If this charlatan was here not long ago, he could not have gone far. We should split up and search the area. You find a vantage point on the south side of the town, and I shall take the west. Forgive me. I had no cause to doubt the lad. Still, he shouldn't be hard to spot with that blue hair of his.
Well, good luck with that. It's nice to have a part-time job. Good luck with your studies. Wood eyes. You look like those things from Alamigo. Let me just make sure there's no aether currents around. One to the west. Search the surroundings for a male mistel with short blue hair. You may move the camera and zoom in and out. A target is likely suspect. Inspect him with that. I don't really have a public Discord, Kylie. So, unfortunately, I don't really go out. I plan maybe to make one. And if I do, I'll probably post it on my... I'll post the information probably on my channel. This creature is making no effort to avoid detection, and is also not a mistel. Ominous. You have located your quarry. Fur, how could this be a good spot? Oh, that's right, you could power level. It's like, how did you even get here with level 70 Blue Mage? It's like, oh right, Blue Mage has a different cap from everybody else. Gotta go, any sign of him? I do have an Instagram, but it is very inactive. I should probably do more with it. It's Ojo-sama on Instagram. I think it might be spelled the same way here. If it's not, it's O-J-O-S-M-A, but you won't find anything on it. If a keen eye, let us move in before he makes good his escape.
There you are.
Can I type my username in chat? Sure. Let me just open up my Instagram. Give me one moment. Use it so few I don't even... Let's see. My account. Yeah, it's spelled exactly the same way as it is on Twitch. I'll type it out just in case though.
The thief who claims the harvest on my behalf. Hand it over.
Yeah.
Well, forgive me. I have to get into the city.
Sure, we all do.
I have no family and all my friends have already been chosen. No one here gives a damn about me. When the meal gets handed out, I'm lucky if I get a smell of it.
Sorry, just taking a drink of water.
No matter what I do, they won't call out my name. I'm so tired, I'm so bloody hungry. I thought maybe I could steal your idea, get in that way.
What is your name?
Kai Shear.
Tell me then, Kai Shear. Must it be Yulmore or nothing? What of the Crystarium? They may not offer charity, but you would be fairly compensated for any work you did.
No, it has to be Yulmore.
Why? Because all your friends are there?
That's where all my friends are. We made a promise that we'd live together in paradise.
Okay.
I was to make my deal with the Ondo at the Clave. Listen carefully, and I shall tell you my plans for the business, and how best to arouse the Yulmorans' interest.
You'll give me your place? Just like that?
I'm giving you a chance, nothing more. What comes of it is entirely up to you.
I understand. Oh, thank you, thank you!
Alphino, you would be so easy to scam. You could, like, make your own army and not even realize that everyone would be turned on you until it was too late. That's how easy, that's how gullible you are.
This was but one path. There will be others. But for young Kai Shear, it was the difference between life and death. I do not regret my decision, yet I will admit that a part of me wonders if it was for the best. We strive to bring swift salvation to this world, that countless lives might be saved, not least your own. Even if it came at the cost of one man, should I have forged on regardless?
I'm gonna go with the more pragmatic answer. That's not who you are, or quite possibly. Meaning we'd better hurry up and think of a new plan. Let's hurry up and think of a new plan.
Indeed. We will find another way. I promise you. Shall we return to Wright then? Is that... I can't be sure, but I think someone's in trouble.
Good. I'm phenomenal. And I thought I was the one with the sharp
They may need
eyesight.
our help.
I don't mind the battle music playing right now. It's kind of like good rescue music. Oh, they got Buffalo here too, eh? Let's see, where's this Aether Current? Southwest, okay. Thought it might be up there. Probably a sightseeing log up there. There's the current. Oh, Alphino beat me to it. Suck up all that juicy Aether. Nice. He's breathing. I think, though, he won't last long without help. Patented Warrior of Light aiding. Exactly, Fern. I need that Aether. It'll make me faster. I'll be easy to go help him, even though I passed him along the way. That should take care of the worst of his injuries. I bet you this guy was a former Chosen, and they tossed him out just like I thought they would. Mercy. Mercy, I bet. Breathe easy, sir. We mean no harm will come up to you here. Poor man is shivering. Pray keep an eye on him while I get a fire going. I thought for certain I was dead. How am I ever to repay this kindness? We'll settle for the tale of your current predicament. Why don't you begin by telling us your name? Tristal. I was invited to Yulmore to work as an artist. A wealthy couple took me in to paint pictures for them, but when my style proved contrary to their taste, they just quickly turfed me out onto the street. I was left penniless and patronless, a grave sin in Lord Vothry's city. Within days they had brought me before the man himself, and he asked me what I meant to do. Dejected as I was, I told him that I wished to leave. Little did I know he soon would grant me my wish. They flung me over the the Bostrade into the God's damn ocean. Bostrade, Bostrade, Bostrade. Another word to learn. Bostrade. You spell it balustrade.
Balustrade.
Balustrade, a rail on the row of balusters or posts that support it, as along the front of a gallery. Ah. Kind of funny that an artist would use that, right? Front of a gallery. A row of balusters topped by a rail serving as an open parapet along the edge of a balcony, terrace, or bridge, or the eaves of a building, or as a guard railing on a staircase. It serves as a guard to prevent people from falling, so it's a kind of a guardrail. Alright, let's add that to my folder. More vocab. From up there? How were you not dashed to pieces? Don't ask me. Luck, I suppose. Though if you hadn't found me when you did, I wouldn't have counted for much. Monsters. And the citizens condone such barbaric punishment. Oh, without a second thought, when Lord Vothry passes judgment, no one so much as blinks, let alone argues. In Yulmore, his word is law. Well, we have a new villain, Lord Vothry. Ah, that fire chased the chill from my bones. Thank you again. Watch him be one of, that Mistrel's friends. The more I hear about Yulmore, the more determined I am to see what waits within its walls. I shall bend all my thoughts towards securing another way into the city. There must be something we can do. But first, we should convey Tristal to a shelter in the village. Fire or no fire, he needs to be out of this chilly coastal air. A way into the city? Yeah, he might know. Alright. 806. They got their own little sky gate. I actually can go up there, I think. Dildos. I wonder what Tristal will do now. Pray accept my deepest gratitude. Are you both my life? And if you'll permit me, I would assist you in your attempt to enter Yulmore, insofar as I'm able at any rate. To be frank, I The thought of sending my saviors into that awful place makes me sick to my stomach. But since it's plain you've set your minds to it, you should take this. It's my favorite paintbrush. The Umorian elite are never satisfied until they get exactly what they want. And if I'm not mistaken, the couple I mentioned will be looking for someone to replace me. If you make a show of owning such a well-used brush, you may be able to convince people that you have a talent for painting. Are you certain? This is your livelihood. We could not deprive you of such a treasured possession. I'd give it gladly after all you've done for me. Besides, I don't think I have the heart to paint anymore. As what I'll do instead, I honestly haven't decided. But I shan't stay long in this place, not with that city brooding over me. Nay, I'll move on to a new lands and a new profession. I'll keep you in my prayers, from now until my dying day. Even a trial player still get bothered to join free companies. Gonna put busy so no one bothers me. Should you make it into the city, have care what you say and do. I wouldn't want you to save my life only to lose your own. Wow, this place seems a little bit more dangerous than previously let on. Alphino weighs the brush you received from Tristal, deep in thought. They say kindness is its own reward, but Tristal has repaid us with a gift as timely as it was unexpected. We will, however, need to act upon his advice before another painter steps in to fill the vacancy. Thankfully, I do have some modest skill with the brush. That's right, Alphino knows how to draw. He's a skilled artist himself. No need for a pictomancer. Nothing approaching that of a true artist, of course, but enough to play the role, I would hope. As for you, well, if you don't mind taking the subordinate role, mayhap you could pose as my assistant. Then it is settled. All we need to do now is return to Cape Town and await the appearance of those vile jesters. This is a different town. Oh, no it's not. I came here before, but I didn't attune. How crazy of me. Crisp. See, look, it's 6 p.m. That's when the evening shifts. There was a light change. Looking to procure yourself. Yes, we know about this. But I see some blues. Alisaie appears to be awaiting your arrival. Excuse me, but are you the gentleman Alphino was traveling with? Aren't you? I'm sorry, didn't quite catch your name. Caligo Morningstar. Ah, Caligo. How lovely to meet you. My name is Alisaie, and I'm the acting villager mayor. I was hoping someone of your talents would pass through right before long. The thing is, I need to visit someone up at Stonegazer, but I'm afraid to walk the path alone. Do you think you could provide an escort? The oldest quest in the book. My thanks. I just couldn't bring myself to ask one of the villagers. You see, there was an incident a while back where a veteran band of hunters was badly mauled. Simply mentioning that it's unsafe to wander outside the village these days would be enough to bring back memories of that grisly scene, which is why it's been so difficult to even bring up the subject.
but such does not change the fact that the roads are indeed dangerous. Pray meet me on the path to the north, and be prepared to fend off the wildlife. Which flavor of light do you want? It's more like a favor of light. But yeah, this is nighttime light, and I guess morning light comes in about 12 hours. Actually, let's accept this other blue in case we can knock 2 out of the park with one go. Thin Nose watches the path to the shipyard with anxious eyes. Oh, who are you? Forgive me. It's not often we see travelers in Right. What with how dangerous it is hereabouts. I even worry for my husband taking the road down to the shipyard, and he's as strong as Talos, and he has been gone a good while though. If you're headed that way, could you please let him know that his wife is expecting him at home? Alright, which is closer? We'll go north first. A dodo. Get my Choco out. Get some of that padded aiding. What did I tell you? I was barely 10 steps out of the village. Come, let's hurry along before more predators have the chance to gather. A mystère. Thank you for the escort, Caligo. This is the gentleman I wish to speak with. So we needn't go any further. Sigh, Luke. Are you wandering around by yourself out here? You know what kind of creatures lurk beyond the borders of the village. Well, it isn't Cliftoff's little girl. Or Clifton's little girl. Something I could do for you, lass. Yes, sir. I came for an answer to my proposal from the other day. Have you given any thought to taking over as village mayor? I'm doing the best I can as the interim, but I neither the age nor the wisdom to continue the role. And the rest of the villagers agree with me. Yokes! They all hate you. I'm fairly sure I told you nay once already. But seeing as you found a guard just so you could come to talk to me, then mayhap I will consider the idea, in exchange for a few small tasks. You will? Please, just tell me what you need to do. My friend, Clifton, your dear father, was looking for a sickle to cut some rope. Would you mind skipping back to the village and borrowing one for me? Why would you... I mean, a sickle, was it? For cutting rope? That shouldn't be too difficult. I only meant to ask you along for the one trip, but if I'm to complete these tasks, would you be willing to indulge me a while longer? Sure. Watch this be the quest end, and I don't ever help you out, because I have my Aether. While I'm here, let's northeast, eh? I feel like I'm gonna run into a wall here. Yeah. Yep, it's up there. Seems to be a very common occurrence. Guess I picked that up from Stormblood. That's what I thought. Vibrant villager. Something I can do for you, dear. Good day to you, young Alisaie. You look a little flustered, dear. Was there something I could help you with? A good day to you, madam. I was actually hoping to borrow a sickle. Is that all? Here, you can take this one. Why was she so shocked by his request? I have several spares, so there's no rush in returning it. Doing a spot of harvesting, are you? My thanks, but it's not entirely for me exactly. I was asked to bring one for my father. Your father? Shadow, save me. Forgive me. If you were to accompany me in these tasks, then you deserve to know the whole story. It was my father, Clifton, who was the former mayor of Wright. And the incident I spoke of earlier was something that happened a year ago. One day, a stray sin-eater came prowling around and slaughtered nearly half the village. It was a waking nightmare. Some of the villagers blamed my father, said it was because he refused to accept the protection of Yulmore. The sheer scale of the tragedy and the accusations that followed wore away at his conscience until finally he could no longer bear the guilt. He hanged himself. Luke, the old man we spoke to, was his closest friend. Considering how he worded his request, it seems he's reluctant to accept the fact of my father's death. Still, I would see this task to its end. Let us bring him his sickle, shall we? This is getting dark. Ironically. It's funny that I'm like riding around on Ozma and Omega. These vastly powerful creations. It's like, do you know who I am? Do you know what this is that I'm riding on? Huh, Sin-Eaters? Do you know what I had to do to get this? Did you bring it? Luke, sir, we brought the sickle you asked for. Oh, good. Old Clifton will be glad to see this. Oh, sir. Thank you for staying with me, Caligo. This might be harder than I expected. So you want this guy that's gone crazy to be your mayor? I think when he started
talking about your dead father like he was still alive, maybe that was time to, like, rescind the request. Oh, you got you're still blue, are you? Ulysses appears ready to accept Siluk's next task. I am grateful to have you with me, Caligo. Thank you again. Siluk, sir. I believe you had more tasks for me? Still here, are you? Yes, tasks. There's a Talos of mine that's taking far too long to make its return. Probably busy. Talos is a race of people, maybe? Right? Is that what the Rogadin are called? We'll find out. Probably busy tussling with some witted predator. Go and see how it fares, and chase off anything slowing it down. But all the... Oh, you mean that Talos? Pray, follow my lead, Caligo. We'll find the Talos in question to the southwest of here, and I've no doubt there'll be dim-witted predators aplenty for you to deal with. Okay, I was mentioning a lot of Talos in right, so at least we'll be able to figure out what a Talos is. Whoops. Oh, it's like a golem. Do you want to fight, dude? Apparently you do. Here's the Talos Siluk was talking about. I think something's made a nest in there. Come out, you dodo. Oh, it's rats. So this is what the Talos was, huh? Maybe they could have helped with the Sin Eater problem. Phew, I'm glad you were here. They might have burrowed in beneath the plates. I know Siluk implies that Talos was still moving, but as you can see, once upon a time, there'd be a line of these contraptions hauling materials down to the shipyard, step by ponderous step, which, incidentally, is how the Slow Road supposedly earned its name. But after Daedalus Stoneworks closed. Is that like Ironworks? Do they have the same? Is that the same thing? Stoneworks closed down some 15 summers ago. There was no one left to maintain their creations. One by one, the Talos slowly fell into disrepair. This particular worker was damaged during the Stray Eater rampage, and it hasn't shifted an ilm ever since. It was always Siluk's favorite. Come, let us make our report. Lady, I think you need to give up on this guy being mayor. He's lost the plot.
If only I had... Luke, sir, Caligo has cleared away the pests who were bothering your Talos. You should be left alone for the time being. Ah, excellent news. But I expected he'll need a good polishing when he returns. The most troublesome ones are often the most endearing, eh? Oh, sir. You've done me a fine service, thank you. Indeed, thank you, Caligo. I never could have fought such creatures myself. If I might impose upon you for the next task as well? Well, that didn't unlock anything, so I'm guessing this will be another blue. Ulysse appears determined to complete the last of Luke's tasks. Thank you again for staying. I honestly could not do this without you. Luke, sir, were there any more tasks you had for us? Just one last thing. I want you to gather some pretty flowers from the split hull as a gift for my darling wife. Let me guess, your darling wife is also dead. She went out on her usual walk, but has not yet deigned to come home. I fear I may have said something to sour her mood. I understand. We shall gather a lovely bouquet for her then. Well, Caligo, will you accompany me to the Cape for some flower picking? I'm hoping that she says, I'm hoping she knows that I already know that his wife is dead. Like, he probably have surmised that his wife is already passed. And this is taking us right to the next blue quest. Jeez, I hate these things in Palace, not Palace, Heaven on High. Just needed to lose aggro so I could jump. Well-built woodworker. You're the guy who's strong as a Talos, they say. Yeah, something I could do for you, stranger. Your wife wants you to go home. Well, beat me with a hammer. It has been that long. I was aiming to salvage the planks from this old hold, but she's giving me more trouble than I bargained for. Bit of a waste to leave all this lumber lying around. Not much call for seaworthy ships since the light ate up half the world, you understand. So I reckoned it were better for woodworkers like me to put it to good use. These boards, though, they're so tightly joined I can't pull the bleeding thing loose. Here, do me a favor and sprinkle some of this powder on the joints along the keel. I'll keep working on this end. With any luck, I can make it home afore the wife stomps down here to fetch me herself. I mean, considering how people are, having a constant light in the sky, very easy to make you lose track of time, or not know what time it is at all. Like, whether we do it consciously or not, like, movement of the sun really helps us, our inner clock, kind of keep things regulated. Sparkling Spilkin, a metal fragment broken off of an item. Most likely the landlord's in a hobby of turning mist. That's not what I would need. It's this. Powdered crystal. This jar holds the red tinted dust of ground up fire crystal. Basically burning these
free. That should do the trick. Powdered fire crystal is the best thing for melting wood glue. Just pour a little water on the steam and take care of the rest. This ought to be a one-man job now, thanks to you. Oh, and if you could let Thin Noise know I'll be done within the hour, then you'll have helped me out of 2 rough spots today. Heading back to right, friend. I'd appreciate if you could tell Thin Noise I'll be home soon rather than later. I'm bored out of my wits. A moment of excitement. I'd give all the planks in the world for just a moment of excitement. Be careful what you wish for, dude. These are dangerous times. Got business with us, sinner? We don't build ships here no more. If that's what you're after. Sure. You want some, dude? Yes, you do. Still have some up there. This is almost pleasant, isn't it? Aside from the aggressive wildlife, of course. Yes, aside from that. I should tell you about Luke's wife. Let me guess, she's dead. She was killed in the Eater incident. So, shocking, shocking. Although I managed, you already suspected as much. Thank you. Thank you for pointing out that I already knew. Thank you, Useless. They made such a sweet couple. Every day they would walk up to this cape, hand in hand. She would gaze over the flowers with this warm, content smile. Luke himself has some training as a warrior. He would guard her as if she were a princess, and he her gallant knight. I'm sorry, it's just... Yeah, I called her useless. Wounds of the heart are slow to mend. Is Luke fit to serve as mayor? That's what I'm thinking. That's the Joe answer, but we're going to go with the Caligo answer. That they are, and simply having someone to share the grief can be enough to carry us through another day. It has been but a year, and we are still suffering. Some seek to bury the misery beneath cheery faces. The other are yet trapped in the memories of the past. Luke, I fear, is one of the latter. But if a bouquet of flowers is what it takes to help him work through his sadness, then I would pick every bloom in this cape. Will you give me a hand to find some of the prettier flowers? Pray think it as a tribute to the deceased. Seriously, Bird, you don't see that I'm riding on a griffin? Alright, come on. Come on. Wanna fight? Let's fight. That's what I thought. Beautiful bloom. What do you gotta say? You listen.
chose one of the brightest petals. Those are the kind she loved the best, I think. Let's see it. Let's see what we have. Beautiful bloom, a vibrant colored flower picked from the split hole. Yes, these are beautiful, thank you. Siluke will be pleased. Let's take them back to Stone Gazer before they get crushed in some scuffle. So, usually quests like this come back later, like in a beast tribe. So maybe like the Sahagin get unlocked. And it has to deal with like his story, because that's how it was with the Black Rose quest line. To unlock those snake ladies. So I think we're gonna pass by right first. We'll hand this quest in, and then we'll go to Stone Gazer and turn the last one in. I guess I could have teleported. I should teleport. As a trial player, you're always looking to spend gold, or gil, I should say. Spend that coin, and a quick teleport is an easy way of doing it. Tanoe is... He's alright then. Well, that's a relief. Right's had its share of troubles, and a wife does worry. What? He had you help strip planks, the cheek of the man. Still, we're lucky his father taught him the trade at all. Even if he uses those skills to take ships apart instead of building them. A woodworker put foods on the table. I'm grateful to his family for keeping up their traditions. And I'm grateful to you for bringing me peace of mind. Please take this for your kindness. I'm guessing she meant the gill. It'd be funny if she had an aether current in her pocket. Like, what, an aether current? This aether current's been in my family for generations. Please, I want you to have it. I just eat it right in front of her. Alright. Dodo, you want a piece of this? That's what I thought. If I could but start that day over. I know the feeling, Siluke. We made it, and the flowers are none for the worse for wear. Siluke, Caligo and I have returned with the bouquet for your wife. Ah, splendid, thank you. Now perhaps she will come. She'll come back to... Sir. Useless. Forgive me. I witnessed such cruel things of you. I must apologize to you as well, Caligo. My beloved wife, my dear neighbors, so many gone. After it happened, despair became my only company. I could not save my closest friend when his torment was plain for all to see. I could never forgive myself. So I embraced this delusion, thinking that maybe if I tried hard enough, if I truly believed they were still alive, that the events of that day would fade away like a nightmare it was. But I succeeded only in hurting those around me. I understand why you did what you did, sir. I truly do. You always were such a sweet child. I will place the flowers you brought on her grave. she would have loved them. As for assuming the role of mayor, I'm sorry, but I cannot give you a decision just yet. Take as long as you need. In fact, I might need a little time to recover myself. Caligo, if you could give me a moment or two. Do you have another blue? Another blue. But we're gonna leave it there for today. It's getting about time for me to hit that old dusty trail. So, yes. Let's turn off the music. I will resume my Stormblood journey on Wednesday, 1 p.m. Eastern, same time as now. I hope you all can make it then. If you can't, there'll be a VOD on Twitch for 7 days and a permanent video on YouTube under my Shadowbringers live first playthrough. Little Regina up there. Playlist. So, if you can't make it, I hope to see you soon regardless. It's picking up. We got to see some real interesting stuff. We got to see a Sin Eater turn. We got our first taste of Stormblood sadness, though it did not crack me yet. So, I remain unblemished from tears. But I hope to see you when I see you, and I guess that'll be... thank you as well, Fur, for coming in, and thank you all for coming, even the lurkers. If you don't comment, that's fine by me. I shall see you all in the land of tomorrow.